It's also worth noting that rogues are an extremely overpopulated class in PvP, and most premates only run with one rogue. So while this class is one of the best choices for world PvP, dueling, and general messing around, if you want to run with premates, you'll be facing a lot of competition for spots. Hunters are arguably the strongest class for world PvP due to their ability to track and kite enemies. The only way for most classes to outplay a hunter is to get into his dead zone and make the fight happen at close range. A good hunter simply never allows this to happen, and will therefore be a dominant force in world PvP.
Oh, I tried earlier and
It's pain in the fucking ass, but you have to twist it.
Hands are so deep.
Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Fights happen on his terms. It's worth noting that hunters are what I call a highly nuanced class. What I mean by this is that the overall difference between a good hunter and a bad hunter is massive, but the small things good hunters do differently are very subtle and difficult to describe. This type of nuanced playstyle takes time and experience to develop. Regardless of nuance, hunters are a hard counter to rogues and can absolutely terrorize cloth and mana users in the battlefield. Hunters are also a pretty easy class to gear up. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 sets are both excellent for PvP, as well as the PvP gear itself being very strong. Mage is probably the second most popular PvP class behind Rogue. Similar to Rogues, Mages have lots of cooldowns and control combined with reliable burst damage. They also have the best AoE damage in the game. Mages have arguably the best survivability of any DPS class, and they are able to be effective without much gear. Mage is easy to pick up and feel good at, but is difficult to master and has an extremely high skill ceiling. Just like Rogues, Mages are a grossly overpopulated class in PvP, so you'll need to have some real skills if you want to stand out. If you have a history of playing mage, it's a fantastic choice, and it's a great all-around choice for casual PvP. But if you are new to the class, experienced mages will run circles around you, and you'll probably have trouble getting a spot in pre-mades. Hunters, shamans, and priests will be the classes that give you the most trouble in a battleground.
If you're
or
into
group
sports
PvP
and enjoy
scenario.
smart strategies that stack the odds in your favor, I've been using a method that's pulled in over $40,000 in the past 3 months. It's totally legit and doesn't rely on guessing outcomes.
Unless you get the jump
Curious? Message me on Discord, Emikilla, and I'll explain how it
Warlocks
works.
are an extremely powerful class in PvP, but they need a lot of gear before they can really be effective. Having a large health pool is crucial for locks because they don't have as much control and survivability as other casters, so they need to be able to tank a bit of damage in PvP. Once Warlocks hit BWL gear level and beyond, they become the strongest caster in terms of raw damage, and they continue to scale incredibly well throughout the vanilla content. Warlock is pretty similar to Hunter in a couple of ways. You need a decent amount of gear and a large health pool before you can really be effective, and the class has a very nuanced playstyle. While classes like Rogue and Mage are easy to pick up and feel good at because they have a lot of cooldowns, Warlocks and Hunters are a bit trickier to figure out, and the differences between good and bad players are subtle and harder to spot. Once you gear up and figure out the playstyle, Warlocks are absolute killing machines and are very strong in both 1v1, 1vx, and Battlegrounds. You'll just need to put up with a bit of frustration while you're gearing up and learning to play. There are 3 viable PvP specs: Soul Link, Conflag, and SM Ruin. Soul Link is very overpowered in duels, but is also pretty face roll with a low skill ceiling. Conflag and SM Ruin are the specs that most good Warlocks prefer. Druids are the oddballs of vanilla PvP. They don't really have a spec that allows them to do significant damage, and their raw healing ability is worse than priests, paladins, or shamans. Druids also struggle with mana efficiency, especially in situations where they have to heal themselves. Don't get me wrong, Druid is an incredible class. It just has a very unique playstyle and needs to be put in the right situation to really shine. Where Druids find their niche in PvP is their insane mobility, escapability, and survivability. A well-played Druid can kite around and survive forever. They are by far the hardest class to kill in PvP. For this reason, they make excellent flag carriers in Warsong Gulch, and if you're a skilled flag carrier, premades will be begging you to join. Druid's kiting ability also makes them a strong world PvP class because they can use the unlimited space to drag out battles and slowly chip away at their enemy's HP. Druid is probably the most nuanced class in the game, and watching a skilled Druid is absolutely mesmerizing. The ability to shift out of slows and snares like Hamstring and Frost Nova lets you clown the classes that rely on these types of abilities. Dot classes, Hunters, and Shamans will be the ones that give you some trouble. Keep in mind that you'll need to either grind rank 13 or PvE as Resto spec to get the gear you need. Priests are the most versatile healing and support class. They are the only healer that can both dispel debuffs off their teammates and dispel buffs from enemies on demand. Power Word Shield is obviously a very unique tool, and Priest's undispellable AoE Fear can only be removed by Tremor Totem. This ability can be game-changing in a clutch situation. A well-played Priest can have an enormous impact on a battleground or a group fight in a huge variety of ways because of how much versatility they bring to the table. Smart enemies will almost always try to CC your Priest and take him out of the fight, so a huge part of playing a Priest well is having good positioning and avoiding CC and interrupts. Priests should almost always use a healing spec and play a support role in group PvP or Battlegrounds, with the 2 main options being Deep Holy with Power Infusion or Discipline with Silence. It's worth noting that Shadow Priests are the kings of 1v1. It's basically a one-trick spec, and it needs a ton of gear before it really works, but if you want to be a 1v1 god, Shadow Priest is a good bet. Most guilds only bring 1 Shadow Priest to raids, so getting the gear you need for Shadow without ranking up in PvP can be difficult. Paladins are the best defensive support class in the game. They don't offer nearly as much versatility as priests, but when put in a purely defensive role, paladins can really shine. Freedom, Bop, Lay on Hands, and Sacrifice are high-impact cooldowns that can change a fight instantly, and Bubble is just flat-out overpowered. Paladins fit into the category of easy to pick up and feel good at. It's a fairly straightforward playstyle that is heavily reliant on cooldowns. The main shortcomings of Paladins are that they lack any type of offensive power, and their overall impact can be minimized if the enemy team is quick on dispels and purges. Shamans are an extremely interesting and highly nuanced class. The optimal PvP spec is a hybrid build between Elemental and Restoration, usually referred to as Eli Resto. There are a couple variations of this spec, with the main difference being whether the final talent point goes into Elemental Mastery or Nature's Swiftness. Elemental Mastery is the way to go if you want to maximize your burst potential, but taking Nature's Swiftness turns you into a true hybrid, with the ability to use NS for either healing or bursting in different situations. The short cooldown of Earthshock, combined with Grounding Totem, gives you the ability to totally shut down enemy casters in a group fight, and the extra damage
It needs to be screwed out.
I need a screwdriver.
You haven't even showered yet.
No.
You're determined. Did you figure it out? Did you Google it?
Yep.
I was thinking about doing that. What do you need to pop the edge, don't you? You need to flat edge? Okay, hold on. Need my flip flop so I can get you a screwdriver. Actually, wait, fuck. Get you. please. not. I'm moving it. There's no way. Better. Look at that. That's nasty, bro. With you? Why not? Alright. There you go.
Notifications.
Past that yet.
Your Wind Fury totem gives your warriors is very significant. Like I mentioned, shamans are another one of those highly nuanced classes. It's hard to describe the differences between a good and bad shaman, but you'll know it when you see it. Knowing exactly when to purge, when to burst, and when to heal is a learning process, and improvement only comes with experience. Managing totems is tricky as well. The skill cap on this class is much higher than people give it credit for. At this point, I'm sure some of you are wondering why I didn't mention Ret Paladins or Enhancement Shamans. These specs are viable, but they're definitely not optimal. You can make them work in everyday PvP if you have good gear and try hard with engineering and consumables. But the problem with specs like Ret and Enhance is that they have severe limitations that will be exploited by good players. They also just don't have nearly as much impact as the other specs for those classes in a group fight or a battleground. To wrap things up here, allow me to weigh in on an age-old debate. What's better, paladins or shamans? This is a question I get asked every single day, and my honest answer is that the classes themselves provide equal value in PvP if they are played properly. They just have much different roles. I also have to say that, in my opinion, it's easier to be a competent paladin than it is to be a competent shaman. Like I mentioned, paladin has a pretty straightforward playstyle that's easy to pick up and feel good at. But shaman is a highly nuanced class that needs an experienced player at the keyboard in order to really be effective. I'm definitely not belittling paladin players here. I'm just pointing out the fact that an average paladin can still make a game-changing play in a battleground or group fight, whereas an average shaman is not going to have nearly as much of an impact. Paladins and shamans also shine in different situations. I'd rather have paladins in Warsong Gulch, but I'd rather have shamans in a blacksmith teamfight. The classes fill completely different roles and are designed to do totally different things. At the end of the day, I'd say it's a pretty even trade-off between the defensive utility and survivability provided by paladins and the incredible offensive power provided by shamans. This trade-off is one of the most interesting aspects of vanilla PvP, and the result is that the two factions have slightly different optimal playstyles. One example is that Horde priests usually need to fill more of a defensive role to make up for the lack of paladins, while Alliance priests typically need to fall into more of an offensive role to make up for the lack of shamans. Another example is that Horde warlocks are usually able to play a little more curse heavy because they have shamans to fill that role of being big range damage on demand. On the Alliance side, warlocks need to fill that role of being a big damage caster. That's all for today. If you found the video helpful and informative, be sure to subscribe for more Classic WoW content just like this. I'd like to thank Track, UHD, StormX, Goth, Hamma, and Funeral for their feedback and their help with the classes that I'm not experienced playing. Hop in my Discord if you have any questions. That's by far the best place to get a detailed response. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Yo guys, punk out another video. This video is 35 minutes long, so strap in and get ready for the ride. This one's going to be my personalized guide on picking a class for Classic WoW. I've seen a lot of YouTubers cover this topic from a class design perspective. Some of them just give you average DPS numbers and raid logs and basically just rank them, and less so from an experience perspective or covering some of the underlying nuance for each class. I've played every single class in vanilla pretty extensively except for maybe Shaman, and I have a great deal of insight to lay out for you guys, which I think should help a lot when it comes to picking a class. So without further ado, let's get into it, fellas. So let's start off with rogues, since it's vanilla after all. So you want to be a rogue, eh? Rogues are by far the most popular class in vanilla. Every vanilla server I've ever played on has had an absolute abundance of rogues. If you plan on PvEing specifically, rogues have pretty staggering pros and cons. The first thing which I mentioned is that there's going to be rogues all over the place. This means guilds are almost never going to be openly recruiting you. Generally, there's only about 2 to 5 rogues per 40-man raid group, sometimes higher in early patches, or in Horde sign it can go up to like 7, 8, but not generally the case, since melee groups need to have a battle shout from warriors, shamans for Windfear on Horde side, or hunter for True Shot aura. So it gets kind of hard to get into a guild, and the competition level to get that rogue spot is really high, as well as tons of competition for melee loot between both melee groups. On the other hand, rogues can also be really fun in vanilla PvE. Some of you guys may disagree with this point, but I think that the rogue DPS rotation happens to be slightly more interactive than some of the other classes. Having a strong sense for your combo points and how to optimize them, as well as when to pop certain CDs like Adrenaline Rush, Blade Flurry, etc. in certain scenarios at hand, it makes it so that a good rogue can outperform lower skilled players purely from a tactical timing perspective. Rogues are also an extremely strong DPS class in general, with straightforward mechanics. If you want to be competitive on the DPS ladder throughout each content patch, rogues will abide. With that being said, rogues are pretty trivial as a class in raiding, so you don't really have much responsibility to do other than focusing on uptime on targets and smashing your peen into robots. I mean, if you plan on raid leading, I wouldn't say rogue is the best class to pick as your main. Who said Thunder Fury? No, listen, okay, listen guys. Not happening. Here's the deal. 99% of you aspiring rogues won't get this item. Period. Any sensible raiding guild will almost always prioritize the main tank over a rogue for Thunder Fury. That leaves you on second or third tier prio for it. And even then, you're probably still not that guy in the guild who's going to get it. I mean, some people might make their own guild as a rogue and raid lead and just take it because they're that kind of person. But generally, and speaking like in a general sense, you're not getting this item. So I really wouldn't pick a class based on a legendary item unless you're making your own guild, or you know you're gonna no life it and be that guy in a guild, or you know, unless you know that you're dedicating yourself to it. I wouldn't pick a class based on that. All right, so PvP for a rogue, yes, just yes, do it. Unless you're trash at WoW, then no, don't do it. If you're above the median IQ level with a great ability to adapt and play video games at an adept level, yes, do it. World PvP on a rogue is insanely fun.
Huh? How did I know you were going to say that? Did you take a shower yet? That was really fast. Jeez. No ice cream, babe. Well, I don't want any. You can have ice cream.
You don't want ice cream?
Mm-mm. I don't. What does this mean? I'm so confused. Tavern.
Okay.
Does this thing stay on me permanently or something? fucking huge.
What are you looking for? Abu.
I can train you in first aid techniques.
Go forth to victory. Blood and thunder. The spirits have guided you to me. How may I be of service? I can train you in first aid techniques.
Do what? Are you off work tomorrow? Tell me you have to be there.
Well, we're meeting her.
Alright. So we're driving separate again. Right?
Huh?
We're driving separate again. Tomorrow.
Time to go in.
May your blades never dull.
Yeah, I go in.
I don't remember actually. I think I'm a server tomorrow at 4. Yeah. Just a normal bitch boy tomorrow.
Go on your calendar.
Okay.
Go to your calendar app.
Alright.
April 15th of next year. What does it say?
April 15th of next year in 2006. 20. Nothing.
Go to April 26th of last year. Or
Like
this year. 2025.
April what?
15th.
Tax day. What does that mean? What do you mean? Like your taxes are due by then? What made you like randomly? Okay. Oh. You're such a dork, babe. What do you need help with, my guy? The fuck? Can you invite? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, getting ganked by a rogue immediately. This guy's gonna pay me gold for fucking inviting him to a group? Really? Why is this? What is causing this? There's an add-on doing this and I don't fucking know what it is. And I don't know how to figure it out. Oh my goodness.
I'm out of range.
Wait, did I get Searing Totem from that? I got Purge. Oh no, I don't have it yet.
Ready yet? I can't cast that yet. Charging. Ready yet?
Run away.
Four, three, two, one.
4, 3, 2, 1. Fear incoming.
Four, three, two, one.
Defensive.
No frame, range frame, nameplates. Range frame. Yeah, that's where we want it. Did you get ice cream? Jump onto the huge long jump down. Oh. Shaman fun so far. What the fuck is doing this, man? Oh, I'm cold. Are you turning on our show or are you waiting, babe? Uh-huh, what? Alright, I need to wear something then. I'm fucking cold. Where is it? It's buried. Yeah. Ah, I'm dying to a raptor, babe. Fuck. Oh my god. He's one-shotted it.
Vanilla is filled with tons of rats crawling all over the place, funneling through choke points all over the open world. There's endless opportunity for you to bathe in salty tears throughout the world. Rogues with engineering have insane 2v1, 3v1, and 4v1 potential. I played a ton of world PvP on a rogue on Warsong with Goblin Rocket Helm and Silithus in particular with level 60s farming pages, and I can't even express to you how many times I 3v1, 4v1 teams of casual scum all over the open world. Sap one, blind the other, rocket helm another, kill one by one with, outplays as the fight progresses. If you're legendary at PvP, you're a PvP god, you've been one for a long time, Rogue will be the most satisfying world PvP class by far, especially considering you can almost always dictate when the fight starts and just sit in stealth awaiting your opportunity. As for leveling up, rogues do a damn good job without having to worry about mana and just having consistent damage and utility. They're great levelers, so don't worry about that. Rogues are good levelers. Warriors, the tank of vanilla. So here we go. Warriors are a really strong class in vanilla. Every raid has generally 7 to 10 warriors, so about the 2 groups of warriors entirely. Most raids will have at least 3 to 4 tanks. Sometimes you'll have a Pharaoh Druid off tank, but honestly that's super rare and not even worth it. Most guilds will have straight warrior tanks the whole way. Fury warriors are also a top tier DPS class, especially in later patches, which means raids are generally littered with brown warrior goodness all over the place. Here's the deal. Warriors, especially tank warriors, are probably the hardest class to be good at in vanilla PvE. Being a strong warrior main tank is very micro intensive and requires a good amount of confidence. I've tanked for 10 years now, in vanilla specifically, and I've fully cleared all content in vanilla as a tank many times. I also have a video on this where I go over some tips and tricks for warrior tanking in vanilla if you guys want to check it out. Over my years of experience, I've seen so many cruddy warriors fail to adapt and control their environment. Mechanics tend to be the biggest problem I've seen. Trailing very closely behind that notion, however, or maybe even tied or ahead of it, is a general lack of confidence from your main tank or tank. People who second guess themselves, break under pressure when things get hectic, don't have the ability to adapt or react in crucial scenarios, should not, I repeat, should not play a vanilla warrior tank. Also, warriors with their heavy stance dancing, spam...
Raises man, dust runner creature. Fuck. Babe, do you know how to use Chat GPT? What the fuck is causing this?
I can't cast that yet.
What's a WoW add-on? It's giving creature. Oh, I wonder. Auto potion? Is it a macro that it makes? What is the shortest cooldown in the recent? Huh. That's cool. Search for rare NPCs. Search for treasure chests. Be able to be warned when you're in range. This is driving me crazy, man.
plus. These will do nicely, adventurer. Fire is more than chaos and destruction. Do well to remember that. It is also about life and creation. All things are tied together in such a way. Forces oppose one another, but at the same time, one cannot exist without the other. Both extinguish one another, but also give one another meaning. Always remember, using different types of magic in conjunction with one another will show not only true skill, but great wisdom. The fire scepter is finished. The time has come for you to face the flame. Use the scepter at the shrine and head to the top of the mountain to face the manifestation there. He will not attack until you are ready, but he will realize you are able to see him. Strike him down swiftly, adventurer, for he shall only grow in power the longer you take to slay him. Once he is defeated, put within the brazier and light the torch. May fire burn within your heart, adventurer. The elements await you.
I wonder if it tells me if I log. This shit is pissing me off. How do we figure this out, babe? Help me figure this out. I can't figure it out. Help me, babe. I don't know either. Fuck, it doesn't tell me. Fuck. Well, I guess we'll just start going through them. It's an add-on for sure. Let's see here. I'll start with radar scanner. Reload. Might be unit scan. I bet you $1 million it's unit scan. So it's not that add-on. Unit scan makes sense. It's not unit scan? Oh, fuck me. This is gonna take 10 years, isn't it? Voiceover, maybe? No way. Is it that? Nope. It's not that. What else could it be? Oh, you know what? Where is it? I hope it's not this, because I need this set on. Okay, it's not that on. Spy, maybe? Spy wouldn't make sense either. Better not be this. I don't see why it would be this, but it better not be this. Oh my god, was it really that? Are you serious? fine. Fuck. Alright, we found the add-on. We found it, babe. Super annoying because I customized the fuck out of that bitch too. We'll do threat plates. That's fucking weird. Why would that change? It's for friendly units. Widgets, totems. All right, I think we're good.
It's too far away.
I think that's the way we want it.
That smell is ready.
What you doing, babe? You found it? What'd you find?
Your spirit burns brighter than any torch I've ever seen, adventurer. And for that, you should be proud. If you continue down this path, the elements will be yours to command. And our brethren will look to you
All right,
for
I got
guidance
searing
and
totem.
wisdom. Let me be the first to congratulate
I don't
you
know
and
where to put
present
it
to you
at,
your
though.
newest totem.
I guess here? I don't fucking know. I don't know where to put this shit.
It's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Oh, I see. Wait. Wait, I'm confused. 95 mana. 25 mana. 25 mana.
Niru wants the demon seed destroyed, does he? Strange. Very well. If he wishes the seed gone, then I will tell you how to remove it.
I'm confused. Rock skin. Hey, are we not watching TV? Huh? What?
No.
Why not? You don't want to? You're just going to bed?
Are we okay here? You promise? You make me feel bad. Okay, just chilling. Playing on the boat. You did a night kiss, you didn't say nothing. You're just going to bed without me. You? Like this?
Alright, Chad, here we go.
Have a look at my meats, friend. You won't want to go out into the barrens without a good stock of provisions. What are you looking for?
All right, adventurer. You want to earn your keep with the Horde? Well, there's plenty to do here, so listen close and do what you're told. I see that look in your eyes. Do not think I will tolerate any insolence. Thrall himself has declared the Horde's females to be on equal footing with you men. Disrespect me in the slightest, and you will know true pain.
Okay.
As the wind on the plains, you are always welcome here. So. Welcome to the Crossroads, adventurer. My name is Thork. I lead the defenses here in the name of the War Chief. Please, feel free to make yourself at home. As long as you mind your business, no one should have any problem with you taking up some space. There are many threats to our safety here. If you've already become familiar with the lay of the land, speak to the others here. Perhaps they have tasks for you to do.
My Wind Riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air.
You have to get this meat to Orgrimmar? That is no problem. For a small fee, my Wind Rider can take you there.
For just a few coins, I will have a Wind Rider bring you to Orgrimmar. When you get there, you can take Zarg's meats to Grishka. Her inn is in the Valley of Strength, not far from the Sky Tower, where my Wind Rider will drop you off. Speak with me again when you are ready for the journey.
For the Horde. What can I help you with? Go forth to victory. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. far away. That spell isn't ready yet.
Greetings.
Goodbye.
My Wind Riders are trained to fly quickly through the hot Baron's air. Down.
What's up everybody, this is Blister with Less Than Epic coming at you with another classic WoW video. In today's video I wanted to talk to you guys about something that I've been getting asked on stream quite a bit, and that is what professions I'm going to be taking in Classic WoW, and what professions should you guys take in Classic WoW. Before we get into anything, I do want to just remind everybody how important it is to level up your professions with you while you're leveling. especially if you're going to be playing on a gathering class profession. There's nothing more frustrating than blowing through an entire zone and not being able to level up your mining or your herbalism or your skinning, and then realizing that you go to the next zone and you can't collect any of those things because your skill is too low of a level compared to the stuff that's around you. What you want to make sure that you're doing is spend some extra time farming out some extra mobs, or farming a mine, or just going around collecting herbs, just to make sure that you can be above where you need to be before you move into the next zone, because there's nothing worse than going backwards and having to farm all these raw materials, especially when you're not getting any XP from the mobs that you're having to kill that are around you. The same can be said for crafting professions as well. You want to make sure that you're leveling those up with you, not only for the same reasons of having to go backwards and having to refarm old things, but also the fact that as you're leveling that up, it's going to help you as you're leveling, because you're going to be crafting gear that you can use while you're leveling. So it's very important that you actually make sure you maintain your professions as you're leveling, because it is going to help you, and it's also going to save you time in the long run. Now let's start simple. Let's start with, what am I going to be doing in Classic? I'm going to be starting with herbalism and skinning. Now the reason I chose skinning over mining is because you can't track mining nodes and herbs at the same time.
Besides
and
the grunts
I plan on using herbalism at cap and not mining at cap.
Any who seek to steal
With
from the bank
herbalism,
must
I'm going
face
to be
us first.
saving all of my herbs, sending them to banks accounts if I need to, so that way I can actually swap off of skinning once I get to cap and actually level up alchemy. Now I know I just talked about leveling up everything as you go, but I'm hoping that while I send all these raw materials to an alt or throw them in my bank, I won't have to worry about going back and farming much, if not anything at all. For the most part, most of the skinning that I'm going to be doing, I'm just going to be vendoring most of that just to help me with some cash income as I work towards my mounts for my level 40 and for my level 60. Once I get my level 60 mount, I'm going to be dropping it and picking up alchemy, like I said. Another reason why I'm keeping with alchemy and herbalism is so that way I can go and farm up my own swift thistle and fade leaf, so that way I can go and craft all my rogue requirement items, so I'm not going and constantly buying that stuff off of the auction house. It probably won't be too expensive, but I'm cheap and I don't want to have to go and actually buy that. I'd rather go farm it myself. So that leads us to, what professions should you guys choose while you're leveling up in Classic? Now straight away, if you're going to be PvPing, I would highly suggest engineering and mining. Engineering is going to give you a lot of benefits for while you're PvPing. So you're going to be getting Gnomish Death Ray, the Thorium Grenades, the Gnomish Cloaking Device, the Goblin Rocket Boots, and that's just to name a couple of things that you're going to be able to get that's going to be beneficial for you. Mining is going to always be useful because you're going to have blacksmiths and engineering people looking for that on the auction house a lot, because there are a lot of people who don't want to go out and farm those raw materials. However, if you aren't going to go with PvP, I would suggest not looking at engineering that hard, because while it might be good at the beginning of Classic because the PvP systems aren't going to be in place yet, there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be PvPing, so that means there's probably going to be a lot of people with engineering. And the more people with engineering, if you plan on trying to make money with your profession, you're not going to be able to do that well if you have engineering, because the competition is going to be very high. So let's take a look at another unique profession that is suitable for all classes regardless, and that is alchemy. Now, alchemy is usually the go-to profession for raiders, just like engineering is the go-to profession for PvP. You're going to be able to get all your flasks, all your potions, stuff like that, and it's going to be extremely beneficial for you and your raid members, and even your guild. They're going to love you if you don't provide those flasks for every raid. And obviously, if you're choosing alchemy, you're going to want to choose herbalism. And herbalism is just going to be great because not only is it going to be required for a lot of these, like the rare flask potions are going to require rare herbalism herbs, you're also going to be using some of those for your crafting professions too. So herbalism is just a very good profession to pick up in general. So what if you don't really care about getting the best PvP or the best PvE profession, and you just want to do something that's good for your class? Well, those are going to be pretty simple. If you're rolling a paladin or a warrior, you're going to want to pick up blacksmithing and mining, so that way you can craft your mail and plate gear and some weapons as you level up. If you're going to be playing a rogue, a shaman, a hunter, or a druid, you're going to want to pick up leatherworking, so that way you can make yourself some armor as you're leveling up. And if you're playing any of the clothies, the priest, the warlock, or the mage, you're going to want to make sure that you're going to be picking up tailoring, so that way you can craft cloth items while you're leveling up. The added bonus of tailoring is you can also craft a lot of bags that other people are going to want. I know that leatherworking also has a bag here and there, but for the most part, the best bags are going to be coming from tailoring. So you have that added bonus as well. You're going to be able to sell bags as you're leveling up, which could be a very good source of income, especially early on in Classic. The only exception to the rule for these three groups of professions is the rogue and potentially the shaman if you're going to be playing enhancement at endgame. And that's because you could decide to pick up mining and blacksmithing, so that way once you get high enough in blacksmithing, you can actually craft weapons. You can go into the weaponsmithing specialization. And if you end up doing that, you can craft a couple of potential upgrades as you're leveling up, but for the most part, it's not going to be very useful until you get to cap. And even then, you're more than likely going to be replacing these weapons once you get into a raid, or once you actually get a decent drop from a 5-man. So I would not suggest going down that route. If you're looking at leveling up something that's going to be useful for the majority of your leveling, do the blacksmithing on the mail and plate, and the leather on the mail and leather, you know, all those things that we talked about before. So all of that leaves us with one more profession, and that's enchanting. Enchanting works perfectly with tailoring because you craft your greens and then you just disenchant them. And you don't need a gathering profession to find the cloth. You just find them on most humanoids that you kill throughout the world. So it's the perfect situation. Now, the one downside of that is, even with farming a lot of cloth to level up your tailoring and then just dumping all of that straight into disenchanting for your enchanting, you're still going to be needing to do a lot of farming to get more greens and some blues in some situations to actually be able to level up your enchanting. Now, I'm not saying it's not worth it. Enchanting is definitely a very good way to make money, especially early on when there's not that many people at cap, especially if you can get ahead of the curve. You get ahead of the curve, you're going to be one of the couple of people on your server that people are going to be going out of their way to find you to get an enchant, because they know, hey, this guy's already at 300, he has a couple of these rare recipes that I need right now. So you're going to be able to make a really good amount of money with enchanting if you can get ahead of the curve. If you fall behind and you don't have the time to farm out the tailoring mats to be able to feed greens into enchanting, or just farm dungeons, 5-mans for those greens that you can disenchant, you're going to fall behind, and it's not going to be bad. It's just, it's not going to be as good of a money maker for somebody who can get ahead of the curve. Now, the one caveat to all of this is the wands that you can create with enchanting. The lower level wands are very, very, very good early game for anybody who can use a wand. So the warlocks, the priests, and the mages, those ones are very strong, and wanding is a big part of Classic. So having a super insane overpowered wand is going to be fantastic for while you're leveling up, and is a consideration for why you should take enchanting if you're going to be taking tailoring because you're rolling a clothy. Well, that's all I got for this one, you guys. I know that professions are really a give and take depending on what you want to do while you're leveling up, if you're not worried about them until endgame, which, please do yourself a favor and level them up at the same time. But that's all I got. I hope this was informative for you guys. I hope you can make a decision based off of what we've talked about here. If you want to ask me some more questions, leave them down in the comments below, or catch me out on the stream. We will be streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, starting around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So make sure you hop over to
Hey folks, this is Kalani. One of the most important questions you'll be asking yourself, or maybe you've already asked yourself, when playing Classic World of Warcraft is, what professions should I be running around with? Should I go tailoring for all those free bags because bag spaces were major pain in Classic, or maybe pick up a crafting profession that matches the armor your class wears so you can make your own gear as you level up? What about gathering professions, or the really weird in-between profession that is enchanting? Well, hopefully I can help you answer some of those questions if you are having a bit of trouble with them, but I'm going to focus on something very specific. I'm going to focus on gold and profit right now. So if making some extra gold, whether it's for your mount at level 40, mount at level 60, or anything in between, if that's of interest to you, stick around. Gathering professions are usually the first thing that comes up in this kind of discussion most of the time, and it's a really important factor to get straightened out. You want to pick up skinning if you fancy the idea of leatherworking. You want mining to fuel your blacksmithing adventures, or herbalism ties directly into alchemy, so that set makes sense as well. If you've already decided you want to take one of those professions for whatever reason, then you're going to want to take the appropriate gathering profession to save yourself some gold while leveling it up. Gold saved is kind of like gold made, so either way it's gold in your pocket. But if you want straight up raw profit and you don't really care about where the materials are going, then skinning is one of the better gathering professions you can take. You'll be able to skin any beast like mobs you come across, which is literally just generating cash off a corpse. Anyone who loots their beast kills but doesn't skin them is also just free money lying around on the ground. All you have to do is run over and start skinning it. If you take just skinning for the gold making potential, you have two choices. You can vendor the skins or you can sell them on the auction house. Be careful about putting your leather up for too cheap though. I've seen stacks of light and medium leather specifically reach the vendor price before, and if you're trying to sell something at auction for less than vendor price, or even just above vendor price, you're losing a lot of gold or silver due to the auction house 5% cut. So don't make that rookie mistake. On the other hand, you might think vendoring leather is a waste of potential silver. You could be right, but it's also another thing to keep track of. You have to list the auctions, pick them up if they don't sell, and if they don't sell, you're always going to be out a couple copper or silver depending on the leather you're selling, thanks to the deposit prices. If the auction house price is even remotely close to the vendor price, just flog it to a vendor. It's faster and more efficient, and you can get back to skinning. Another alternative is to set up a bank or auctional, and every time you reach a mailbox, send everything over. That costs 30 copper per stack, so make sure you take that into account when selling leather stacks. Skinning is definitely a nice way to make some extra silver along the way while you're leveling, and it doesn't slow you down all too much because you're just skinning what you've already killed. But if you're happy for your profession to make you go a little bit further out of the way, you can also make some good money with herbalism and mining. Mining will have you delve into caves more often than not, while herbalism is kind of just luck of the draw really. If you see any herbs as you run by, go pick it up. That's kind of the deal. You won't make any amazing money with either of these professions until you get into the high level stuff, so it's a bit of a long game to play right now, and you do have to go pretty far out of your way sometimes. Sometimes it's kind of like playing dot to dot on the map and then you forget what you were doing originally, but hey, it's just free money, right? Herbalism and mining are definitely gathering professions you have to pump time into getting them going, whereas skinning is just slapping a silver price tag on a corpse. If mindless silver is something you're interested in, picking up any combination of gathering professions should suit you quite nicely, but I have some bigger fish to fry. Crafting professions can allow you to take the cloth, leather, herbs and ore, pretty much any raw material that people are flogging on the auction house for anything they can get, and you can turn that into a tasty profit. Now you might think that these professions are expensive to level and they're going to eat up all of your gold along the way, but you just need to be smart about it. You can look up guides for the most efficient leveling paths of professions, but they're always going to be a broad stroke of the brush. They either focus on materials that are meant to be cheap, but which could be quite expensive, or they're just looking to use the most straightforward recipes, and you can usually find some that are more cost effective, and some that can make you a profit along the way. The other drawback with following a guide is that if it's one of the most popular guides you've found by googling tailoring profession guide, chances are 90% of other players are doing the same thing, which could drive up cost of those specific materials. Thankfully, if you are smart about it, you don't have to level up your tailoring, leatherworking or blacksmithing that far to start generating a decent income from your profession.
For over a century, Frigidaire has dared to perform. We've maximized space for up to 30.
Take tailoring. People were buying up linen and wool cloth for cheap as chips because everybody had linen and wool cloth and they wanted to sell it, and they were turning stacks of the stuff into bags and just vendoring them away. If you can get all of your materials for cheaper than the vendor price, it was just free leveling for anyone who could latch onto the cheap cloth. That typically doesn't work anymore, for bags at least, but I have found plenty of other options across multiple professions. Tailoring is a little thin due to the low vendor cost for most gear, but you can usually make your gold back while leveling by selling the bags just above your crafting price. Your mileage may vary for that. You might actually be able to turn a decent profit on any bags you create, and always check the auction house for any gear you're crafting, especially when you get into the mage weave stuff. Black mage weave gear can sell for quite a bit on the auction house if you don't have too much competition. Now, leatherworking tends to be a bit better for this, especially when you can craft the Nightscape gear. I can typically pick up a few hundred thick leather every day super cheap, then I throw them over to Nadara so she can spend the first 20 minutes of any play session crafting Nightscape headbands to flog to a vendor. Sometimes we bargain trade to double our profit and we usually get a few bites here and there, and I would always recommend checking the auction house price and setting a few up there just in case someone wanders along that day looking for the item you're crafting. But for the most part, I'm happy making the 15 or so silver profit on each headband and calling it a day. I will say that we've tried to disenchant them sometimes and we have gotten very lucky and made an absurd profit, but it is quite a bit of RNG dependency when you're looking at disenchanting. You can find so many recipes like this right now, you just need to do a little bit of math along the way. Here's another one for the blacksmiths out there. It's a bit of a lower recipe, so you should have access to it much earlier and it will help you level along the way. Rough bronze leggings require 6 bronze bars. To make bronze you need copper and tin. The grand total for the raw materials is 3 tin ore and 3 copper ore. Right now I can buy those for under 4 silver total most of the time.
You were going to sleep.
Smelt all of the ore, bang the leggings together and throw them to the nearest vendor for nearly 10.
Huh?
Silver. Double your money and level your blacksmithing at the same time. Bada bing, bada boom. Blacksmithing does tend to get expensive later on though, so be wary of trying this when you get into iron and mithril stuff, just because the ore and bars typically cost quite a bit. This might not seem that impressive, and it's not the bigger fish that I was talking about. I do still want to fry those. 5 silver or 10 silver here and there might not seem like that much, and it's definitely not. If you keep at it, everything will eventually add up, but the key here is you're making a profit while leveling your profession. I can't stress just how important that is right now. Because we're still at the start of the game's release, the raw materials are the most abundant they're going to be in a very long time, especially at the lower end. You'll see some of the middle tiers of materials become incredibly expensive down the line simply because no one will be farming them anymore, or rather not as many people will happen upon them as they're leveling, because not as many people will be leveling. It kind of, you know, explains itself. It happened back in vanilla and it happened
Charging. That smell.
Run away.
Four, three, two, one.
Three, two, one. Fear incoming.
Four, three, two, one.
Defensive.
Has that yet?
Hey, baby. What are you playing? Can't sleep? Come on, dude. Nicole, I feel snuggy. Okay. Okay, thank you.
to you by Rogue.
Hi guys, Doing here with a new video. This video will be my, it's not really a tier list, but more like an indication on super expensive. So again, that's also a factor that I can say that this is the hardest part. Like amount of DPS that is kind of guaranteed. Mostly about MCA video URL, the interface again, fully part of all this problem. Here, if you're a shadow priest, you can also all the buffs. I think it's at least 5. You want to have at least 5 before but again, you have such a difficult time to get like everyone or at least the perfect comp. You don't want to have the perfect comp. Again, you need to have 25 warriors, but if you want to have all the buffs, it's ideal to have like at least 5 of them. So yeah, but I still think there's competition for the cloth gear, there's competition with your own tier pieces, and again, I think it's not the easiest. It's also especially warriors, not really those who can also stack some it is kind of really have to let that obviously for example, I would take some means that if you are very for example, and they participate in every raid, and they are very active, and they very much help. I would take gladly a retribution power or a cast channel or I don't know, balance rate with me, because I know that they are putting efforts to participate in the raid, and I would even like reward them here, because I think time should be rewarded here for every single class or person that is actually putting a lot of efforts into the games, into the world. So I think it's all a matter of finding the right guild, finding the right mates, maybe organizing yourself those softwares, raids, so you can actually like software your own pieces that you would like to have. Yeah, I think it's a great way to put it. So again, thank you for watching. Have a good day.
What's wrong with you? Can't sleep?
Strength and honor.
Raw.
Me too. I don't know if we have anything. Shall we go Scourge? No. I cannot. Can you carry me? Calling me fat. It's fucked up.
Here to learn how to wield a new weapon or just to waste my time? What is it? Can't you see I'm busy?
Daggers. Mesa staves. Oh, that was a sneeze. Are you hungry? Fucking lame. Ah, come on. Too good to be true, of course. Alright, food, I know. Food?
This Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better, with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
knockoff drugs like compounded semaglutide are not approved by the FDA. Unlike Wegovy, which is approved by the FDA and available nationwide. Talk to a healthcare professional about the real thing.
Get a large two-topping Crazy Crust pizza for $6.99 from Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Wait! Look at that crust sprinkled with Parmesan. Yum!
Pizza.
Wait! It's $6.99 for a limited time. Little Caesars is the real deal.
Pizza.
She's gone. Taken from me. This world is cold. Without love. I will fix this. I'll make this right.
Days reborn, fight with folded hands, pain left below, the life let's live again.
Welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using some technical jargon.
Let's see if they can use Grammarly to their advantage. Jones is using it to make her point in a friendly way. And now Miller's taking a technical doc and asking Grammarly to rewrite it. Let's see if it makes a difference. It's love all, but does Jones feel it?
Yes, they're aligned. Game, set, and match.
Thanks to Grammarly, every word you write helps you reach your goal.
Download Grammarly for free.
It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. But it's made of all the things I have to take. Jesus never ends, it works its way inside. If the pain goes on, collapse, I've waited as my time's elapsed. Now all I do is live with so much fate. I've wished for this, I've bitched at that. I've left behind this little fact: you cannot kill what you did not create. I've gotta say what I've gotta say, and then I swear I'll go away, but I can't promise you'll enjoy the noise. I guess I'll save the best for last. My future seems like one big past. You're left with me, cause you left me no choice. I push my fingers into my or separate the skin from bone. Leave me all the pieces, then you can leave me alone. Tell me the reality is better than the dream, but I found out the hard way. Nothing is what it seems. I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops me. But it's made of all the things I have to take.
I'm kind of a deal hunter, so.
We use the Spectrum savings calculator.
Ugh.
You can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. So even if you can't count on accurate expiration dates...
That is a rookie mistake.
Or people appreciating your fashion sense...
Yeah.
The crowd is not on board here.
You can always
Yeah.
count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS, streaming on Paramount Plus.
Glad we
wearing
where
good
is it?
jerseys.
Yeah. I'm AJ Hires from Boniface Hires Kia in Melbourne. Get employee pricing at Boniface Hires Kia in Melbourne.
All the bottles on this table are potions I brewed today, and they say a watched pot never boils. Ah!
What do you need? For the Horde.
How may I aid you? Goodbye.
For over a century, Frigidaire has dared to perform. We've maximized space for up to 35 bags of groceries and created the adaptable fridge-to-freezer drawer. We'll always put your family first. Dare to expect more. Frigidaire.
The Frame Pro with wireless One Connect box.
That's your bag, sir?
What gave it away?
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I filed a claim for my car with the Geico app. Only.
And now for a taste of things to come.
Yeah? How was it? That good, huh? Yeah? You sound like a cow. Your what? Your beans got cold because you have 50 million of them. Probably. That's cool. How full are you? Gonna kill you. You suck. What do you want? Can't use your fucking words. It took you that long. Oh my god. Get the fuck out of here. Turning off my phone. Jesus Christ, you save that shit? That's disgustingly scary. Why are you sending me a bunch of pictures of you? Yeah, that's definitely you. That's definitely you. Oh my god, bro. Okay, I'm turning off my phone now. Jesus Christ. Madeline!
No! Put my beans over there. No, no, no. Put my beans over there.
No, stop texting me that fucking ugly penis head. I'm gonna block you. Don't let him on me right. No more phone for the night. Dude, I have like 50 messages of that. You're supposed to be asleep. What do you want to fucking eat? I'm getting hungry too. Now I want to fucking eat too. God dang it, Madeline. Madeline! You are a bean. Go heat him up. You just wasted him. You said you're gonna eat that whole thing, you lying fuck. Yeah, that's why you're a lying fuck. No. That's right, Eric. You tell her. You tell her she's a lying fuck. Of course, there's a delay. You don't understand how streaming works. Clearly.
I didn't even know. I'm sorry.
You need to walk away. I don't trust you anymore. Call me mean.
I turned my head for you. Come on now.
That's all you get, bitch. I'm good at that. I'm giving that tongue. Oh my! Ow! No, you hurt me every time. You poke me with your fucking nail on the back of my ear. Explain the hole in my ear. This. Let's go, bitch.
You almost got my beanie.
You are a bee.
Shit, did I press something? Yeah, you just broke my character. Trying to throw my beanie.
That's the Lunchables effect.
Getting an instant offer on CarMax.com takes 2 minutes or less. We got our online offer. Let's head to CarMax. Online offers are just as real as the ones that you get in person, and with CarMax's express drop-off, you can verify your offer and leave with payment in just under 30 minutes. That's why I love CarMax.
Movie or Stranger Things? Alright, I'm going to bed stream. Peace.